Good evening, Captain Faulkner. Can you hear us just fine?
We can. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Now you can see us. We can see the sergeants.
No, it looks well, I can see you all now, yes. Captain Faulkner, who will be presenting tonight so I can make sure that they're allowed to share their screen and everyone can see them?
Right now it's going to be Gene Reed is the first presenter, and he is in the meeting. He's sitting here with me with his laptop. And then we'll figure out the logistics. The next presenter is, well, there's two more. There'll be Lieutenant Slayton and Corporal Kearns. One will be doing community services and one will be doing behavioral health. Colleen is here in the building with us. However, Lieutenant is off-site because they have the Youth Police Academy going on. So she'll do it from her office and she'll probably jump on later.
Okay, all right. Well, Officer Reed, are you allowed to share your screen?
Check.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't catch that.
Yeah, I'm checking right now.
Okay. All right.
Can you see that okay?
Yes, that's perfect.
Awesome. So Kayla, whenever you want us to get started, we can wait a couple minutes. We will go on you and leave it up to you.
All righty. We still have quite a few board members who should still be joining the call. I haven't heard that anyone is unable to attend, so maybe give them about 5 more minutes and then we can get started. And this will be recorded. Is that okay with you all?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Hey, Jenna, don't forget to send me that contact information we talked about the other day.
Thank you for the reminder, Krista.
No sweat.
Actually, Krista, in the chat, can you send it to me and I'll just do it right now? Because I didn't put your number in just yet.
Yes. Hey, Captain Faulkner, Norwood is actually at the Department of Public Safety. Is there anyone who is available to go downstairs and get him, or should he join virtually?
You know, Kaylin, he just stepped out of the room, but let me go check with him.
Is it Norwood?
What was his name again?
Norwood Coleman, he's downstairs.
Okay.
Hey, Norwood, they're coming downstairs to get you now.
Yeah, they're headed downstairs now.
Okay, yeah, no, they're heading down now. They should be down there in a couple of minutes.
Sean, what's good, Sean? Hey,
Hi,
doing
Doug.
real good. What's up, brother? Hey, everybody.
Hey,
Hey,
Sean.
Kaylee, how you doing?
Hi, Mr. Hamilton.
Hello. Hello, everyone.
Um,
Everybody all quiet. What's happening?
Hi, Doug. It's Kim.
Hi, Kim. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Doing all right.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah.
right. Officer Reed, we have majority of the board here, and if anyone joins late, this is being recorded, so they'll be able to catch up. So I'll pass the floor over to you.
Wonderful. Let me just adjust our camera here momentarily. Get me out of it. Yep. I need to see the wrong way. There you go. All right, guys, can you see the camera okay? And I'm sharing my screen with you, so can everybody see that okay?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you.
All right,
Yeah,
awesome.
we're good.
Very good. So thank you all for joining us tonight. My name is Senior Sergeant Gene Reed. I have my partner here, Senior Sergeant Heather Carter. So we are part of the Professional Standards Unit. So I'll explain to you guys a little bit about what we do. And I'll kind of just put this out here. You know, we plan on going for about an hour to an hour and a half. What I would like to do is talk to you guys till about 10 of the hour. I think we can take a little bit of a break then, and then open up the second half to really any questions that you guys have. But by all means, if you guys have any questions, any burning desire or question, if something that I'm talking about or Heather's talking about, please feel free to just shout it out, and we can kind of address it right when it's fresh in your mind. All right. So again, my name is Gene Reed. I've been with the department for about 13, 14 years. And prior to that, I was with the Maryland State Police for 2 years. So I've been in law enforcement for about 15 to 16 years. And I've done a multitude of things here within the organization. Most of my time was spent in the criminal investigations unit. So I was a homicide detective, major crimes detective, property crimes, all that good stuff.
And in addition to my role here in the Professional Standards Unit, which I've been assigned to for the last 3 years, very heavily involved in our health and wellness initiatives. So I'm our peer support team coordinator and one of our health and wellness committee members. So, you know, it's something we really pride ourselves. I know we're here to talk about professional standards, but it's something we really pride ourselves on, the health and wellness of our officers, and something that I'm very passionate about. So I'll let Sergeant Carter introduce herself, and then we'll get started.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Sergeant Heather Carter. I've been with the department for about 23 years. It'll be 23 years in January. Been in various different departments within the agency. I was a field training officer. I've worked undercover narcotics. I was intel officer for our criminal investigation unit. I was the public information officer for a little while, and then was promoted to sergeant, worked on the road again, and then eventually moved back into the professional standards unit.
I don't want you to feel left out.
Yes.
I'm going to focus a lot of my attention up here, but I'll come back to you from time to time. All right, so. All right, so what is the Professional Standards Unit? Sometimes we're better known as Internal Affairs, but we are known as the Professional Standards Unit. We're an administrative unit within the Division of Police, and we are staffed by 2 sergeants, so that is Heather and I, and we also report to a lieutenant. Lieutenant Aaron Brown could not be with us this evening, but we essentially act as an extension of the Chiefs of Police internal security responsibility. Now, we're kind of in flux right now. We have an acting chief of police for the time being, so we do report to a captain at the time being, but for most of the time, we report directly to the chief of police. It's kind of a little different for law enforcement because there is a very strict chain of command typically, where a sergeant reports to a lieutenant, who reports to a captain, to the major, and so on and so forth. But when it comes to the sensitive nature of what we do, we report directly to the chief of police. And we are here to ensure the behavior and accountability to the agency and the community for all of our officers. So what exactly do we do? Well, we do quite a few things. And I know we have some small print here, but the bulk of what we do is we conduct internal investigations regarding allegations of misconduct on the part of police officers. And we're going to get into kind of the different forms that they may come across our office. So we track all the discipline for the Department of Public Safety, particularly the police. We provide consultation to supervision on disciplinary issues. We review and maintain records on all citizen complaints, pursuits, and discipline. Now, we used to also investigate and keep track of all the use of force complaints. And I believe you guys have already had some training with Sean Ryan and Matt Botterbush with our use of force review unit. So since they have come into a full-time unit with us, so they have taken over that responsibility. We also do some other things like handling the building surveillance, requests for video, the access cards that gets everybody in and out of the building here and at the government center. We also are in charge of that. Some of the other things we do that most people don't know is we're responsible for maintaining the integrity of evidence destruction procedures. So Heather and I, on a monthly or bi-monthly basis, we have to, basically any evidence, drug evidence that is going to be destroyed after so many years, we have to physically verify it. Quite honestly, it's a very time-consuming process, but that is also part of our roles and responsibilities. We also provide discovery regarding litigation against police personnel with their internal investigations, and then we handle and maintain all the files on grievances by police personnel. Thank you.
I have a quick question, if that's okay.
Yes, of course, hit it.
Okay, my name is Jenna Delaterio, and I was just wondering, do all police forces have this professional standards unit, or is this unique to Newcastle County?
That's a great question. So it depends. So some of the smaller organizations within Delaware, internal affairs will be handled by their chief of police. So we are fortunate here that we're a large enough organization to where we have a dedicated unit that can have 2 sergeants and a lieutenant. But I know some of the smaller organizations, all of the internal complaints get handled by their chief of police. I would say it's more common to actually have a designated internal affairs unit, but sometimes you will see that it is actually just the chief of police.
Thank you.
I had a question.
Yes.
While you were talking about this, and you were saying that, you can investigate, and really focus on the integrity of, officers and the department. And I guess my question was, does that accountability extend to both on-duty and off-duty activities?
Yes.
Absolutely.
Yep.
Yeah. So for those who may or may not have heard the question, great question. It was the things that we investigate, does it extend to off-duty instances as well? And the answer to that is yes. So that falls under what's called conduct unbecoming. Oftentimes that's a charge that we have. But if an officer were to be arrested in an off-duty capacity, or they get a DUI or something happens off-duty, that does get investigated by our office because officers are expected to abide by the laws both on duty and off duty.
And I guess to add on to that, after an officer, does their walkout, all that kind of thing, if they were to, act out of conduct, would you all be involved in that, or would that be something just reviewed separately?
You mean when they retire?
Yeah.
Now, once they retire, they're no longer under we don't have authority over them
Okay.
at that point.
That's what I figured, but I wasn't clear.
That's a good question. Yeah, thank you for that. Heather, you want to take this one?
Sure. So our mission of the Professional Standards Unit is the protection of the public by identifying and effecting corrective action, police division personnel, and changing procedures that negatively affect the quality of life in the areas that we service. Protection of the division by taking appropriate action so that misconduct of a few will not distract from the overall reputation of the Newcastle County Division of Police. Protection of the officer against false or malicious allegations of misconduct by ensuring fairness and accuracy in all investigations. This is accomplished through fair, thorough, and proactive investigations of alleged misconduct. So basically, any complaint that comes in to our office that we're made aware of, we want to make sure that we are, we take what the public has to say about the officer. We're protecting the integrity of the division, and we're also protecting the officer as well from any kind of false or malicious allegations. The next slide goes into how we get those complaints.
Next slide after
Okay.
this.
Okay, gotcha. All right.
So, something I wanted to bring up, and I think it's really beneficial, is I would encourage you all, if you guys were here in person, I would give you a copy in person. But I would encourage you to look at Title 11, Chapter 92. You may have already looked at that and are familiar with it, but that is essentially the police officer's Bill of Rights. And the reason I bring this up, in particular when we're talking about professional standards, is everything that we do within internal affairs, as far as how we investigate things, who's allowed to investigate an officer, how that investigation is to take place, is guided through the state code and the law. So if you're looking at Title 11, Chapter 92, Section C, I just want to read to you guys a couple things. Specifically Section C, if you guys are going to look at this, it's whenever a law enforcement officer is under formal investigation and is subjected to questioning which could lead to disciplinary action, the investigation or questioning shall be conducted under the following conditions. Now, there's a whole host of things that get listed under here, to include the time of day that the questioning can be held at, who essentially is allowed to investigate these things, and that often comes up in conversation. So all questions directed to the officer shall be asked by and through no more than 2 investigators. No formal complaint against a law enforcement officer seeking dismissal or suspension or other formal disciplinary action shall be prosecuted under departmental rule or regulation unless the complaint is supported by substantial evidence derived from an investigation. This is the important part, by an authorized member of the department or another officer who is certified pursuant to Chapter 84 of this title and has experience and/or training on conducting an internal law enforcement investigation and is appointed by the chief of police or the chief's designee. So the reason I read that is there's a whole, it's a very specific individual that the title has outlined as far as who can investigate these types of complaints. Now, Sergeant Carter and I, we both have extensive experience, not only in law enforcement, but with investigations, as you may have heard through our backgrounds in the criminal investigation unit. And if you continue going on, there's quite a few other stipulations as far as the length of time the interviews can be, what happens if an officer refuses to answer questions, which I'll put a pin in that for right now because we will get into that a little bit later. Does anybody have any questions about that? Because sometimes that kind of sparks some questions. That's fine if not. So what is discipline? So a lot of what professional standards and internal affairs does is we investigate things, and if somebody is sustained on a violation, so we find that they did actually have some misconduct, they're disciplined. But what is that? Well, it's to punish or penalize for the sake of enforcing obedience and perfecting moral character. And then there's different kinds of discipline, which I will let Sergeant Carter cover.
So the discipline can range from counseling, which may be a one-on-one with the sergeant, something that happened very minor, and the officer just needs to be made aware, hey, look, that's not, within our policy, we shouldn't do that. An oral reprimand, a written reprimand, a suspension, a demotion, termination, and then coupled with that is remedial training. So ultimately, our goal isn't to fire officers, right? If it's something that's minor, we want to get them, for example, like a motor vehicle accident, we want to get them retrained and then make sure that they are proficient to get back out there and do their job, and there's no other issues going on. So ultimately, our goal is to, if it requires retraining, we want to retrain that officer and get them, functioning again. All of their discipline is logged for tracking purposes, and currently we are using it's called Axon Standards to log our to log the officer's discipline. And the reason we do that is because we have what we call like a rolling, what do they call it, Gene? It's like a rolling calendar. So if an officer has like a second offense, the same offense, let's say motor vehicle accidents, we have them a lot, right? Our officers are always driving. It's like their mobile office. So sometimes they will, they could be involved in an accident. If the accident is their fault and they have more than one within a 3-year period, then it goes from a written to a suspension, okay? And then if they have another one, then it just continues up the ladder. So that's why we keep track of all of the discipline, so we can go back and have a record of that.
Yeah, what Sergeant Carter is referring to is this concept of progressive discipline. So, and we work on a 3-year time frame. So the other thing to understand is we have, I think we're probably up, I can accurately say, thousands of pages of policies. There's a multitude of different offenses. All those offenses have different classifications. One of the questions that came up earlier was in reference to, let's say an officer broke the law. Well, that classification, and if somebody's sustained on that, is going to be significantly higher than if somebody gets into a very minor motor vehicle accident, they forget to submit a report on time, something along those lines. And then based off of what classification that is, you could be looking at a written reprimand up to suspension, or something that's first offense, an immediate fireable violation. Sergeant Carter brought this up as well, so you might want to cover it.
Yeah, so basically, part of our discipline is if we need to re-educate or retrain the officer, to make sure that, they don't have that violation again.
Yeah, we're really very heavily focused, especially within the last, well, I don't know, I would say as long as I've been employed here, but you will not really hear of anybody being disciplined without some form of retraining, right? Because just disciplining somebody really doesn't correct whatever the issue was. We want to make sure that they understand what the problem is, and then get them whatever training they need so they don't make the same mistake again. So these are some of the most common violations of policy that we have. Pretty low end stuff, and everything that you're looking at here is most likely going to be something where it's like an oral reprimand or a written reprimand for a first offense. And that could be missing a court date or an intake because of a scheduling issue, loss of equipment or damaging equipment, and then vehicle collisions. I think probably vehicle collisions is our most commonly cited thing. And quite honestly, it's because we have close to 400 officers all driving a police car, and it's bound to happen sooner or later. Now, there are things like I talked about before, there's a scale, right? So some things are very minor offenses. Some things are just simply not tolerated at all. So violations which could be terminable on the first offense are things like truthfulness. We have a charge called reports and bookings. And what that talks about is willfully misrepresenting an official document, right? That could be on a timesheet, that could be a court document. Basically, you're lying on an official form. And then we have conformance to laws, which we talked about before. So if an officer gets arrested and they are then convicted of a crime, that's not something we can have. We can't, trust that individual to be a police officer anymore. So those are things that we take very seriously. We're all about rehabilitation, educating people, but there is a time and a place where when somebody commits an act that it just puts the department at too much of a risk to continue employing them. And that's why Heather and I, our job, it's very unique. We have to kind of make that delineation to be able to make those recommendations to the chief of police so they can make a well thought out decision. So PSU files. So every single officer, every officer that has ever been employed by the organization and is currently employed has a file within our office. Interesting thing about our office is I talk about those access cards that give access to people throughout the building. There's only a handful of people that can get access to our office. And the reason for that is exactly this right here. So those discipline files, things that people have been disciplined for, never go away. So they stay within our office forever. And according to the title that I was talking about earlier, there are stipulations in the title that dictate when those files can be shared and when they cannot be shared. So that's in Title 11, Section 9210. But basically, unless it's a civil proceeding brought by a citizen against a law enforcement officer alleging some type of breach of their official duties, which resulted in injury or other damage to the citizen. And then this is new, this most recent update to the Bill of Rights. And this is where we as PSU have to notify the Criminal Justice Council about certain events. That's outlined in the title, but I want to cover it with you guys here. So any incident where a law enforcement officer has discharged a firearm at a person, whether they hit the person or not, whether the person was injured or not, it doesn't matter. It's just any incident where a law enforcement officer has discharged a firearm at a person. A law enforcement officer's use of force that results in serious physical injury, we are required to report that. Again, that could be justified, unjustified, doesn't matter. Anything that results in serious physical injury has to get reported to the Criminal Justice Council within 30 days by us. An investigation that results in a sustained finding that a law enforcement officer engaged in a sexual assault or sexual harassment. An investigation that results in a sustained finding that a law enforcement officer engaged in dishonest conduct. And this includes, but is not limited to, sustained findings of perjury, false statements, filing false reports, witness tampering, destruction, falsification, or concealment of evidence. And those are some of those charges that I talked about earlier. So if an officer ever gets sustained on any of those, that gets reported to the Criminal Justice Council, and then that gets posted on their website. So that's up for public knowledge about the facts of the case for that.
And even if an officer retires, let's say they leave our job after serving 5 years, they have a civilian job, but then they want to apply to another police department, then that police department doing an investigation can come and look at their files. So we keep them forever. So if there was never an issue with our department, then they'll have access to those files.
Yeah, that's a great point. Actually, we get I wouldn't call it a revolving door, but quite a few organizations that come through our office. So when they're conducting a background investigation on an officer, they come to us, we provide them with that file, and then like we were saying, that information never goes away. So hypothetically, if somebody got fired from this organization 10 years ago, and now they're trying to get another law enforcement job, that agency that's doing that background investigation will have access to that information.
I have a question.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, please.
You said that it's available through a website. Which website is that?
So the Criminal Justice Council, I don't have the website offhand, but if you type into Google, I'm sure, or I'll find it and send an email out to the captain after this, and he can disseminate it. But it's the Delaware Criminal Justice Council.
Okay.
So within their website, we've had some, officer involved shootings that are public information on there, so you'll have access to that. And it's not just our agency; it's all Delaware organizations on there.
My question was, say an officer's fired and they go and apply to a different, department. Is it standard practice that the other organization will actually go and check with you all, and is it
Yes.
required?
I would say it's standard practice, especially in Delaware. I would say really for the Northeast, to be honest with you, because we deal with we're such a, it's such a small area here with Delaware, New Jersey, Maryland, New York, and all these areas. I don't know that it is a requirement in other states. But I don't know anybody that in good conscience that would hire an officer here in Delaware without checking that file. It's such commonplace, like it's almost a bi-weekly event in our office where some type of background investigator is coming in to check a file.
Thanks.
Yeah. Any other questions on that? Yep. So if a situation were to occur, so let's talk about Brady. Brady requires, this is the United States Supreme Court and Delaware State Supreme Court, require the Attorney General's office to disclose to the defense any exculpatory evidence that is known by the prosecutors or by a police department, which includes evidence that can be used for or against impeachment purposes at trial. Where this comes into play is, hypothetically speaking, if an officer were to be sustained for some type of violation where they were found to be dishonest, yet for whatever reason they were not terminated, they would be classified as what's called a Brady officer. And what happens in that situation is, if that officer were to ever go to a trial situation, the jury, everybody would know that, hey, at some point in time, this officer had an issue with truthfulness, so take whatever they say with a grain of salt. That's why we take truthfulness violations so seriously, because, to be honest, when an officer becomes a Brady officer, if they then go out and make an arrest and they're asked to testify in court, that becomes a big issue, right? Because now it's up to the jury to decide, hey, is this person telling the truth? Are they not telling the truth? But this whole process is not decided by us here with the organization. So there is a board at the Attorney General's office. I can't remember who runs that board, but they ultimately make the decision. So when if we were to ever sustain an officer for a violation, just like we notify the Criminal Justice Council, this Brady board also gets notified, and then they make a decision on that, basically ruling if that officer would be categorized.
You said that once they're labeled the Brady officer, that lasts forever?
So they reconvene every so often, the Attorney General's office. They are the ones who make that determination. I'll be honest, I'm actually not sure. I've never had an opportunity to sit in on one of their meetings. I do know they reconvene every so often to readdress certain situations. But as far as I know, it lasts definitely. So we'll cover the citizen complaint process next year, and I'll let Sergeant Carter kind of take the lead on this, and we'll kind of work our way through, because this is a lot of what a professional standards unit is involved in.
So typically, we will get a citizen complaint on a form that they can fill out, and there's two ways that they can get the form. They can go to our website and download it as like a PDF form. They can either email it to us, or they can come in and drop it off at headquarters, or if they don't have access to internet or the computer, they can come into our headquarters and they can request a complaint form and they can fill it out. We have it in policy that if somebody wants to make a complaint, it would be it would be a violation of the policy if an officer discouraged that person from making the complaint. So if they come in and they say, I want to make a complaint against the officer, all the officers that they have contact with up front have to give them that complaint form and allow them to fill it out, and then the officer has to forward it to our office. So there's no, discouragement for somebody not to fill out the complaint form. Our officers know if somebody wants to come in and make a complaint, give them the form, it comes to us, and then that's our job, and then, that's what we do, so it takes the heat off of them. Once we get a formal complaint filled out to us, we then take that to the chief of police, and, we just say, hey, look, sir, this is, the complaint that we have, we identify the officer it's against, and then we try to do like an informal investigation to see if there actually is a policy violation. Once we've identified a violation, and typically those violations are conduct toward the public, because, the person that came in contact with the officer just feel like the officer was rude to them, and those are commonplace that we get all the time. So then we take that to the chief, and the chief decides, yes, go ahead and open an investigation through our office, and if it's something minor, then we usually send it back down to the patrol level and let the first line patrol supervisor handle that particular investigation.
Yeah, one thing I want to add to that is, so all citizen complaints come through our office. So we review all of them, and then they eventually get reviewed. We review them personally with the chief of police. We do not investigate every single citizen complaint. There are certain allegations that somebody will make. The more serious ones, obviously, that we keep. Our office is really more for the more serious, time-consuming investigations that your typical patrol supervisor just would not have the time or expertise to really handle at that level.
So this is our website where somebody can go on and they can click report misconduct. Okay, next slide. And then this is the actual citizen complaint form that we filled out. Sometimes we'll get phone calls into our office, and we really encourage people, hey, we redirect them to fill out a citizen complaint form, because we'd like to have, the events of what happened or what they're concerned about in their own words, so nothing can get misconstrued. A lot of times if they email us with a complaint, we'll just print out the email and we'll attach it to this form. And then we always follow up with the person that emails or sends in the complaint to let them know, yes, we've received your complaint. Either it's going to be investigated by the supervisor, whether it be in our office or a supervisor on the patrol level. And all complaints that come in that are being investigated are investigated by a supervisor.
So this form that we're looking at here, this is the principal officer notification form. So we covered what the title says earlier. And if you go back and look at part of that section, if you plan on questioning an officer about something that he sustained or received discipline for, you have to notify them of the investigation. And that's really in place just so you can't just randomly start asking officers questions and they don't really know, are they being investigated for a crime? Is this an administrative policy? So there's a lot of issues that could arise with that. So as it's written in the statute, we provide officers with this, and that gets served to them each and every time.
I have a question about the form.
Yes, sir.
Is it only in English, or is it in multiple languages, or how does that work? If I'm a Spanish speaking, I am
Yeah,
going to make a complaint.
sure. Yeah, we have one in, I don't think it's up on the website, to be honest with you, but there is one that is in Spanish. So if somebody requested it, then yeah, they would absolutely get a copy of it.
Thanks.
Sure.
Just real quick on the principal officer's rights and responsibilities, which again are outlined in the title, and that kind of guides how we do business here. But interesting thing, so police recruits, so you get hired by our organization, you're in our police academy. Until you are a sworn police officer, you're not entitled to the union representation for this process. However, once you graduate the academy and you're on the probationary status, you are then entitled to FOP representation. So anytime we have a principal officer that gets brought into our office or they're being questioned by their supervisor, they are entitled to have union representation or an attorney present with them. And we have a great relationship with the union. And, you know, they're always very heavily involved in the process just to make sure that we're abiding by all of our policies and procedures and that the officers are being taken care of. So I talked I brought this up earlier in reference to what would happen if an officer chose not to give a statement. Let me see what the next slide is. Actually, this goes in well to this. So I want to talk about Garrity with you guys. This is something I had very little knowledge of. I don't think the public really understands this concept. I did not understand this concept until I became a member of the Professional Standards Unit. But there is case law stemming from a case in New Jersey. And basically, New Jersey officers were questioned during the course of a state investigation concerning allegations of ticket fixing. The officers were ordered to answer the investigators' questions, which resulted in their discharge from employment. And then the responses that the officers gave during that internal investigation were used against them in a subsequent criminal prosecution. So here's the interesting thing about Garrity. So I just want you to think for the time being, if a private citizen or a police officer commits a crime in an off-duty capacity, kind of like what we were talking about, and they get brought in as a private citizen to be criminally investigated, what's going to happen is that investigator, whoever it is, the detective, is going to read to them Miranda, right? We're all familiar with that. We've heard of Miranda before. Well, that individual has the right to not give a statement at all. That is their right. When we bring people in for investigations, whether they're an off-duty police officer or a private citizen, if you don't want to give a statement to a police officer, you have every right to not do that. When it comes to an internal investigation, so when Sergeant Carter and I notify an officer of an investigation, we then bring them in for the investigation. We read to them a form, and it's known as the Garrity form. I think I have a copy of it here. Yeah, this is a copy of the form, and I can summarize this. We tell them, basically they have to answer our questions, and we give them a direct order to answer any and all questions. The caveat to this is nothing that they tell us can be used against them criminally. And the reason for that is because we are compelling them to make a statement. If they don't make a statement to us, they get fired. So they have to choose essentially between two evils. You either talk to us or you're subject to lose your job. And that it just applies to internal investigations. But in the previous case, in the case out of New Jersey, the officers didn't really understand that, and those statements that they gave were used against them criminally. Now, to kind of get a little bit into the weeds here, the officer's statement has to be truthful. So if an officer comes to Heather and I, we give them the direct order to answer our questions, they lie to us, that information could potentially be used against them in a criminal manner. But if they are truthful to us, that information is strictly confidential. Does anybody have any questions about that? I know it's kind of a confusing concept, but it's very important to the officer's Bill of Rights and kind of the rights that the officers have.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So if an officer chooses not to answer your question, and so they're facing termination.
Yep.
And they're terminated, what then happens with the officer, or the terminated officer, or as far as like, a court or anything like that?
Yeah, from an administrative standpoint, the question is basically what happens to the officer who chooses not to give a statement and then they're effectively terminated? I mean, effectively they're terminated.
Their criminal process still continues as a citizen.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just from an administrative standpoint, we gave them the order, and if they choose not to abide by it, then they get fired. But it doesn't mean that everything else falls off. That stuff still gets investigated from a criminal standpoint.
Okay, that wasn't my question. It gets investigated from a criminal standpoint. versus an internal.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So we also have, we oftentimes do joint investigations. I'll give you an example. When an officer gets involved in a shooting, and Sean Ryan and Matt Butterbush may have covered this with you guys, but there are essentially 4 different investigations that happen when an officer is involved in a shooting. There is an administrative investigation, that's Heather and I. Matt Butterbush and Sean Ryan, the use of force review unit, they conduct an investigation. Our criminal investigations unit conducts an investigation. And the Attorney General's office, Department of what's called Public Safety and Trust.
Division of Civil Rights and Public Trust.
Thank you. They also can, so there's 4 different investigations going on. So these things get looked at and examined from multiple different angles. So we've talked about principal officers quite a bit. Sometimes we will have witness officers. So the difference between a principal officer and a witness officer is a principal officer is the officer who could potentially be disciplined by whatever the allegation is being alleged against them. A witness officer still must be told of their role and the identity of the lead investigator, but they're not entitled to union representation because they're not really facing any potential internal discipline. Now, we will oftentimes allow them to have union representation, but sometimes, an officer may just be a witness to something, right? And we want to do as robust of an investigation as we can and talk to as many people as possible. So it's good for the witness officers to know, hey, we're bringing you in. You're not looking at any discipline in this. We just want to know what you saw and what your take on this is.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
How often does complaints come up missing? Like you have a civilian or whatever file a complaint against an officer, and then all of a sudden the paperwork come up missing.
I think in my 3 years, I've never had that happen, to be honest with you. We have a very, I can only speak for Newcastle County Police, but we have a very tight systematic approach to all this. So we reference the Axon standard system. So that's recently something we switched over to. So we have a hard paper copy. So if somebody files an actual CIS complaint, right, we have the actual physical paper copy. That then gets inputted into an electronic database. And then there's another file that gets created as a backup. So we have like a tertiary system going on, 2 hard copies, 1 electronic. I don't know if you're referencing something specific or in particular, but Heather and I have both been in our positions for 3 years, and we have not had any instances where paperwork gets misplaced or anything like that. I'll even tell you this, hypothetically, if that were to happen, we would simply just reopen the investigation. If somebody said, hey, I filed this paperwork, I can't find it, whatever the case may be, we would still treat that very seriously and investigate it to the fullest.
And just to touch on that, sir, all of our complaints that come in get assigned a number. So at the end of the year, part of our lieutenant's job is to ensure that all of the numbers match up. So we're not, we're not missing any numbers and they fall in order. So there's a checks and balances at the end of the year. Because once those complaints come in, like I said, anything that comes in officially gets assigned a number. I probably didn't say that earlier, but before it goes to the chief or when the chief signs off on it, it gets assigned a number. So if there was a number out of place, then at the end of the year, we would be like, hey, where's this complaint that we're missing a number? Does that help your question at all?
Yes, you did.
We already kind of touched on this, the role of representation, attorney or union rep. If you are a principal officer, you have every right to have those with you, and most officers choose to take us up on that.
Sure. So at the conclusion of an investigation on an officer, there are 5, reasons that we could sustain the officer. So, or a conclusion of fact. So the one conclusion could be exonerated, which means the officer was within policy and within the law, and he was lawful and justified in his duty. The next one would be a sustained, which means the allegation against the officer is he's found sustained, therefore he may be in violation of a policy. And like we touched on earlier, with that sustained could be a written reprimand, an oral reprimand, a suspension, coupled with some kind of remedial training for that officer. Not sustained, basically, there's just not enough evidence to prove a violation of policy did or did not occur. We rarely use this for a clearance for our investigations. So sometimes it's just a he said, she said, it wasn't captured on body cam, or it wasn't recorded, and there's just not enough to prove that a violation occurred. Unfounded means that the evidence confirms that the allegation is false. These are usually used for some kind of extreme examples, like the officer punched me in the face, but that clearly did not happen because there was just no contact with the person and everything was handled over the phone. And again, this is just an extreme example for you guys. And then the next one is a policy failure. So basically it's just, hey, the officer did something, however, it's just not in our policy that says that he or she could not do that. We don't have a policy governing that. So sometimes, when that does happen, then we usually review our policy and we change our policy, and that's part of our job as well. If we find something that we think needs to be in policy or needs to be updated, then we make sure that happens as well.
And I touched on this earlier, but I'm confident saying we have hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of policy. So at this point, having a policy failure, it is a very rare thing, but it does happen. And also touching on the non-sustained portion, we really, really try hard to just, especially in PSU, we do such thorough investigations. We never want to leave a citizen kind of hanging out there. But not sustained is kind of like, well, we don't really know, right? So we're going to try as hard as we can to do as thorough an investigation to say one way or the other.
And then after the investigation has concluded, then we always follow up with the complainant, either with a phone call to let them know, look, this is what we found, the officer's been exonerated or the officer's been found sustained, and then we follow up with a letter letting them know that the investigation has concluded and the finding the officer's been exonerated or the officer has been sustained.
And also just a reminder, so you understand kind of the logistics of things, it is not simply Heather and I just making these decisions. We conduct the investigation. We give a recommendation to the chief of police. We review all these cases with whoever the chief of police may be at that time. And then we come to a common ground, common agreement. So we're not just kind of willy-nilly making this stuff up, and there's a systematic approach to it. So yes, please go.
Sorry, I have a couple of questions, so I'm going to back up a little bit. I apologize. When you're talking about an individual, they have the choice to comply and answer your questions or be fired. If someone chooses not to comply, do they still maintain FOP representation?
Yes, so it's in their like our contract, okay, that if they, I think it's, I want to say maybe 3 or 4 days, we say, okay, look, go talk to your FOP, go talk to your attorney, and they have an opportunity to come back in and then answer questions again. And then I think it's after 12 days, if they decide they still don't want to give a statement, then we move to termination. So there is an opportunity for them to, have some time to think about if they want to give a statement or not. But after so many times, then we move to termination.
So when, I guess I'm trying to figure out more when officers lose FOP representation. Do they ever lose it, or is it once they are no longer employed for so long with a department in the state, or how does that work?
Yeah, once they have exhausted all of their grievance procedures, which there is a couple slides on the grievance procedure, theoretically, when an officer gets terminated, it's not just like they get totally cut off. There are processes in place to where they can grieve that with their FOP union representation. At some point in time, that system does run out. Like if it goes to an arbitrator and an arbitrator decides on it, and the officer is effectively terminated, they're no longer part of the organization. At that point, that is when they would lose, FOP representation. But there are multiple different processes in place for that grievance procedure. So I'll also say this, in the 3 years that Heather and I have been here and the subsequent individuals who were in professional standards unit prior to us, I've never heard of anybody actually being terminated for that Garrity clause, but it is effectively in place. Most people, when they come in, they want to give their side of the story, right? They have mostly have a reasonable explanation for their behavior, and they do want to talk to us. And I think because we have such a great relationship with the FOP and the union, they know that we're doing this to support, the public and the department.
Thank you. And then one other question. Would you mind going back one slide? I apologize.
Sure. This one or?
So, yes, this one. So when you are coming to a determination, finding someone exonerated or sustained, what burden of proof do you all use internally in your office? Is that a preponderance of evidence or clear and convincing evidence? Like, what do you use as your guide?
Yeah, if we're going to be sustaining an officer for violation and they're going to be getting disciplined for it, there does need to be substantial evidence for that. Now, it's written into the code what needs to be in place even to investigate an officer. But we investigate so every citizen complaint that comes in, every allegation gets investigated. But there does need to be clear evidence to sustain somebody on that.
Thank you. And then my last question, I told you there was a few, I apologize.
Yes.
With the policy failure piece, one of the policies we've been asked to look into, and we don't have to unpack it right now, but I just want to put it out there now so we can return to it later. We've been asked to look at use of force involving moving vehicles. And so I want to have a conversation around that policy and policy failure, or maybe how you all have interpreted it in the past, so we understand it. But whether we do that now or later, I will leave up to you.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I think that's a conversation better served for another time. I'm not opposed to having that conversation, but I know you have made some recommendations. I have not had a chance to look at them. That's probably a better conversation for professional standards, use of force review unit, to come together with all of you and discuss that as a whole.
All right, thank you.
Yeah, no problem. Cap, you're okay if we take like a 5-minute break?
It's your show.
Okay. If it's okay with everyone, I'd like to take a 5-minute break. If we can just come back at 7 o'clock. We just have a few more slides. I want to give everyone some time to maybe think about some questions that you may have. So if it's okay, we'll reconvene here in about 5 minutes, and then we'll finish things up.
Awesome. Thank you.
Do you mind if I make a phone call?
Sure. Go ahead. All right, I'll open the floor to anybody who has any questions before continuing on to the last few slides here.
Yeah, this is Kevin Evans. I just got a question for you. How about officer to officer complaints? Are they handled by the professional standards unit, or are they handled strictly internal?
That would be handled by professional standards unit. So typically that would be something a little more serious allegation, most likely. And that would be something a little more sensitive in nature. So anytime we're dealing with anything like sensitive in nature, we want to keep that in-house here at the professional standards unit. So yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so let's move on to suspension. So we talked about categories of discipline, right? It could be an oral reprimand, a written reprimand. We have a big flux here with possible suspensions. It could be anywhere from a 4-hour suspension to a 240-hour suspension, depending on the violation. So when somebody is going to be facing some type of suspension, they have a right to what's called a pre-decision meeting. So a pre-decision meeting is offered to all officers prior to the imposition of a suspension, demotion, or when the chief of police is contemplating a recommendation of dismissal for sustained violation. So when you're looking at suspension up to termination, you have the right to have this pre-decision meeting. And the chief of police will appoint a member of his or her staff to hear the officer's case, more or less. So PSU has conducted the investigation. We submitted a recommendation. We let the officer know that, hey, you're looking at suspension here. If the officer believes that they have some mitigating circumstances that have not really been heard, or they think they have some other evidence to submit, they can have this pre-decision meeting, and that's something that they have the right to do. If you want to have that. So this is a findings memorandum that gets submitted to all officers that are going to be sustained for some type of discipline, right? Anywhere from oral reprimand up to suspension, termination, whatever have you. So it tells them specifically what the violation is, where it is in policy, what classification is, and what kind of discipline they're looking at. Now, again, if it's suspension up to termination or something serious like that, they're given the verbiage. And then they have 3 working days to let professional standards unit know if they do want that predetermination hearing. Just to have another set of eyes on it, have somebody listen to their case if they, again, feel they have some mitigating evidence or circumstances.
I have a question. Is that
Yes.
public information, or is that's always kept internal?
Just it's another internal process.
Okay.
Yep.
Just curious.
So principal officers, when they're receiving discipline, they have the right to have their union representative or attorney there. They can also waive that right. It's totally up to them. And whoever the investigating supervisor is, whether that comes from professional standards unit, their direct supervisor, whoever conducted the investigation, it's a pretty in-depth meeting, right? Again, we're all about retraining individuals, making sure we don't have the same mistakes happening over and over again. So they want to make sure the officer completely understands what they're being sustained for, what the discipline is, what that remedial training is going to look like. And then the officer gets an actual copy for their file. There's a personnel file that also houses that, but then, like we talked about in the beginning, it all ends with us. So everything gets sent up to professional standards unit. That gets put in their file within our office, and then that is always there. If somebody were to ever do a background investigation, or if the officer had a similar offense within that 3-year period, we can reference that. So we talked about the grievance process a little bit. Sorry, that's all right. So when an officer is given discipline, they don't have to accept it, right? There are grievance processes in place. And they start with an informal meeting with the chief, and they escalate all the way up to arbitration. And the FOP has to agree to those steps along the way, but that is an option that the officers have. For example, if an officer sustains a 40-hour suspension for a pretty egregious violation, and they think it's too much, they can then go have an informal meeting with the chief, They can then take that to what's called a step 1 hearing, and kind of see how that plays out. And then we have human resources that eventually gets involved then over the county government side. And if the case comes from the professional standards unit or another investigating officer, it's basically once you get higher up to the levels of the grievance procedure, it more or less becomes like a mini trial, submitting of evidence and kind of negotiating points.
Yep, so we have a system in place. It's called the early warning system, and I'm not sure if the use of force review unit touched on this also, but so within our system, if an officer has, and there's like a list of things, if they have like so many divisional accidents, if they have so many citizen complaints with them, against them within a certain period. So for example, like 3 or more citizen complaints from separate incidences within a 12-year period, 6 or more blue teams, which is the use of force review unit, and then if found at fault for 2 or more vehicle accidents within 12 months, then we get an alert. So we're made aware to say, hey, look, you might want to take a look at this officer a little bit closer, you know, find out maybe is there something going on with their personal life? Are they distracted? You know, and just kind of gives us an opportunity to address the issue before it gets out of hand and before it gets worse.
So that's everything we have for you guys this evening. I think you guys asked a lot of great questions. I'll open the floor now to any more questions. If for some reason after we leave, you guys have some questions that spark up, feel free to pass them along. Maybe we'd be more than happy to talk to you guys. But that's all we have for you. So if nobody has any questions, I'll hand it over to Captain Faulkner and get the next presenter spun up. All right, nobody has anything. I'm going to cut my camera off and the mic off, and we'll kind of get arranged on what needs to happen next. Thank you.
I just wanted to quickly say thank you very much for doing this and for your time.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
You actually get the camera off. I see Colleen's on there. Lieutenant Slayton, I saw you earlier. Are you back? I'm sorry, I can't see all the participants. So if Lieutenant's not here.
I'm here.
Oh, you are here? So I don't know if you guys worked out who wants to go first. If everybody's ready, we'll just keep it moving. Maybe we can shut it down a little earlier than 9 o'clock for everybody.
Yeah, you can let Colleen do her presentation.
Okay, so up next is Colleen Kearns. She is with our behavioral health unit. She'll delve deep into that, but hopefully Colleen will touch just a little bit on her background. But when the agency was starting this unit a few years ago, it was one of the first, I think, in the state and let alone the region. And it's one of the things we're very, very proud of. It was an outside the box kind of thinking. I can tell you internally as a young patrol lieutenant when this thing was coming along and we had to sell treatment in lieu of arrest, there was a lot of pushback from the rank and file. But I will tell you now.
Miss Colleen, don't look like that, Miss Colleen. What's happening? Hero help.
I don't know.
What's happening?
Can we mute him? But I will tell you now, if you go down to anybody that works the road and you were to say we were going to get rid of the behavioral health unit, you'd probably have a fight on your hands. It's one of those units.
Nah, she's good, man. She's good. I work with her a lot. She's good. It's Doug for the Bridge Clinic.
So without further ado, and I turn it over to you, Colleen.
Hi, good evening, everybody. My partner Delilah is here with me, but we are working with someone, so she's on the phone, so she'll join shortly. But yeah, the behavioral health unit started in 2016 because we saw a increased calls for services for people suffering with mental illness and substance use disorder. So we came up, actually what we really did is that we complained that we were going to these mental health calls and nothing was being done, and we're going back out over and over again. And we kind of mirrored our behavioral health unit off of the Seattle's co-responder unit. So we spent 2 weeks out there studying them and saw what they got to do. And we brought it back to Newcastle County. We are the first in the state, so Delilah is my partner. So me and Delilah, this is what we look like in a car. We ride around together, answering 911 calls. What we found is in the beginning, the providers didn't know who we were. We weren't really sure how this was going to work. Like, how do you implement bringing social workers into a police department? What does that look like? How's that going to work? So I will tell you that 2016, 2017 was very challenging, and civilians now working right next to police officers. So we had to learn how to communicate. My best story of that is in the beginning, my first social worker. And if anybody's social worker is out there, every morning she would write me an email. Email will say F/U. And then she would put on like cases that we had to use that. Well, in their world, that means follow up. In police world, F/U does not mean follow up. So we just had to figure out how to talk to each other that it made sense. We also talk in 10 code. So we had to make sure that they understood the 10 code. And they don't need to know, there's 100 of them. They don't need to know. They needed to know the safety ones and the ones that we use everything. So at first, our behavioral health unit was, our mental health unit, the co-responder was one unit. And then we had the Hero Help, which was the addiction side, another unit. 2020, we merged them. And now we're one unit, the behavioral health unit. So now we're both working together. So I'll go over the addiction side and then the mental health side. And then if you guys have questions, we'll go, just yell them out as I go along. So the addiction part of the behavioral health unit came about because of how many overdoses we were going to. We started out as in lieu of arrest, like if officers stopped somebody and their crime was related to addiction, no domestic violence, no crimes that had real victims to it, we could offer people treatment in lieu of arrest. But what we found out really quickly is that people in addiction and are not ready when they get stopped by the officers. And we didn't get a lot of yeses. We got a lot of not right now. They're afraid of withdrawing, that kind of thing. So it kind of naturally evolved. And we brought on interns from our local colleges, and they kind of helped us. And then in this past year, we brought on a peer case manager and a peer coordinator advocate. So now we have a list that we get every Monday and every Wednesday that anybody that overdoses in Castle County, our peer and an officer will go to the location that they overdosed, try to make contact with that person and offer them treatment. We still have the treatment in lieu of arrest, but we found going to talk to people where they're at in the community after they had this trauma event happen to them seemed to be better, and they seemed to be more willing to talk to us. And then we also got connected to their families. Now we're not only treating or helping that person, we're treating the family connect to supports. So currently we have our program coordinator, Mark. He is a retired officer who is also a peer in the fact that he had a son pass away from overdose. So he talks to the family what it's like to be a family member of a person going through substance use disorder and how hard it can be for the family member to be that caregiver. So Mark is our coordinator. You might see him at events. He does a lot of tabling events. He does a lot of the community, talking to the community about what's going on. And then our peers are out there, boots on the ground. We work with the Bridge Clinic a lot, going out to some of our homeless encampments and different things. You do have to be 18 to be in our program, but we will connect anybody to care. So if they're 12 and you're looking for any kind of services, we will connect you to care. We just don't do case management for juveniles because it's a lot when you get to the juveniles and the parents. So we just refer them to another agency. The other part of the Hero Help program is that if a person has justice involvement, court cases, that kind of thing, we don't want pending trials or fines to be the reason why you relapse. So we will advocate for them in court as long as they signed up with our program and is still doing whatever treatment that the treatment providers set up for them. So we don't set up what the treatment is, the providers that we connect them that care do. So if they're with a program and the program signs a release, the person who signs a release, we get just a note that says every week, yep, they're compliant with treatment. We don't have to know what that treatment is. So that way we can advocate in court, like, hey, they're doing what they need to be doing. We need to keep them on this track. Let's not make this court case or this fine be the reason that trips them up. We have advocated for people to get their court case moved because they were in a program, a 30-day program, and we wanted them to stay in the program. So we tried to make sure that the court system arrest is not the reason why they go back to their addiction. So that's our Hero Help program. When we run into problems, or not problems, but friction with the community, is that a lot of times parents and loved ones will call us and be like, hey, come get my loved one. They're suffering. It is voluntary. They have to be 18. They have to want to go, or at least be open to talk to us. So we, a lot of times, are educating the family, giving them Narcan, hoping that, at least the Narcan can keep them alive until they say yes to treatment. The other part of our program that we have changed is that once you relapse, we kick you out of the program. We're like, it didn't work. We understand that relapse is part of recovery. And as long as you're honest about it and you're going to go back into treatment and start working the program again, then you'd stay in the Hero Help program. But if you do go out and commit crimes, thefts, that kind of thing, that can get you kicked out of the program. We work with people in the Lyman houses and the recovery houses. We participate in some of the activities with them. So we just want to see people do well and get back to a good quality of life for them and their families. That's our addiction side. Nothing's ever the same. We had people say yes to treatment when we knocked on their door once. We had people say yes to treatment, and it took us 15 times knocking on their door. So we don't give up on people, but if they say don't come back, stop, leave me alone, we leave them alone. But we are constantly trying to re-engage people to see if they will say yes to treatment. We do have an intern every semester come in from Del State that's working on the drug and alcohol counseling. So we do have an intern that goes out with us to talk to people in the community. We will, put out there in the communities. We go out, family members call us and say, hey, do you mind stopping by and talking to my loved one? We get referrals that way. And then we also get referrals from our police officers that like, hey, I was out at this house. It seems like it has a nexus of substance use disorder. Can you guys go out there and check in with them? So that's basically how we get our referrals. So it's from people that our 911 system of people overdosing, family members calling in, or other officers emailing. Sometimes it's like a joint effort. We have gone out with other social workers, other providers, and talked to people. And whoever they say yes to, say yes, that's what we want to see. Part of that is that people in substance use disorder world also suffer from mental health. What they have going through, there's some kind of component of it. So our mental health team works very closely with our addiction team. So once they get through the treatment that they set up, then we follow up and connect them with services. We have a case manager and 3 social workers that work in the behavioral health side. So what that looks like is 3 co-responder teams. So it'd be myself and Delilah. We have Omari George and Jessica Stewart, and then we have Stephen Heckman, Berta Wright. that we kind of overlap each other to make sure that at least one team is here every day. And what that looks like is at 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. is the time the co-responder units are available. When we started out, we were 100% funded. We have now half the unit ARC funded, half the unit is still on grant funding. My goal one day is to have at least 5 teams, like one team on every squad, but we're getting there. And another team to do all the follow-ups. So our co-responder team is set up that the officer makes the decision on what calls to go to based on what's coming in through the 911 system. Our social worker will ride with us to all the calls, and then soon as this scene is safe, not violent, so the social worker can come in, and then he can talk a little bit about what that looks like when she comes to the scene.
Hello, so my name's Delilah. I am a social worker co-responder. And
Hey, Delilah.
Hello. I don't know who you are, but hi. Oh, Doug. Oh, yeah. So once the scene is safe, and I go in, basically what I'm doing is a mental health screening. It's a brief assessment that we kind of borrowed from the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health. And they're basic questions asking if they slept, if they ate, are they connected to care, making sure that they're oriented to the date, time, place, and just making sure that they're able to answer coherently and that they're aware of what is taking place. We were and are continuing to work with the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health to see if we can become mental health screeners again. There was a hiccup there, but my main goal is just to make sure that that individual is connected to care if they are not, and if they are, that they get reconnected if they had a good therapeutic relationship with therapists that they receive. Our social workers will come back, we do the documentation, and then we do follow-ups with the individual within a day, just to kind of check in. If the individual is not in a good space and they need to receive services, we do transport them to RI and or Christiana Care, either Newark or Wilmington, to make sure that they get evaluated by a psychiatrist who can then determine the appropriate level of care that they need to pursue. Most of our individuals can become apprehensive at times with not wanting to speak to a social worker. So if they develop that communication with our officer, our social workers are just kind of just making sure that we gather the information so that we can support them as a follow-up call. And if they connect with us, the social workers, then we've developed that rapport. We want to make sure that we continue to follow up with them, just to let them know that, hey, we're here for them. And also that if there's any type of resources that they need, we're available to connect them to those resources and make sure that they have what they need.
So the other part of our behavioral health unit is our case manager. So Tyler O'Brien is our case manager. After we go out and we handle somebody in a crisis, we drop them off at one of the hospitals. They do their treatment. They get out, and if you ever went to the ER, you get out with a bunch of paperwork and referrals, and could be a little bit lost in the system there. Tyler will follow up and make sure that they understand what's the next steps. And we do everything we can to move barriers so that they can get the treatment. We have picked people up and drove them to their counseling sessions until we can get wraparound services available to them. We provided bus passes, food insecurities that people face after being in the hospital and not having work. We've done food deliveries out to their homes until we can set them up with the food bank and getting them more care afterwards. Every day is different in the behavioral health unit. sometimes we are doing follow-ups all day and trying to make sure that people get care. Some days we're going call to call and we can't even answering another one question on our phone about another case that's going on in the county. And again, Delaware law has changed, and families, I understand their frustrations when they're a caregiver to someone that suffers from a mental illness and they're not well. It's really hard for us to be able to take someone out of their house against their will in what we call a 24-hour detention. So it's a form that we have to fill out that the person has to be currently a danger to themselves or others. So that basically means they have to have like an active plan of suicide, of self-harm, or of harm to somebody else. Then a person going off their medication, acting strange, not doing what they should be doing, we can't put them on a 24-hour detention until they reach that threshold, which is very frustrating. And I always tell the families, like, I agree with you. I really wish I could take them in. I agree that they need help, but under Delaware law, I cannot. I have to wait until a imminent danger to themselves or others, which can be very frustrating when a caregiver loved one is not making great decisions. So we work with the family. We connect them to other programs of like NAMI and other family support programs. We work very closely with mobile crisis and other crisis services out there. They will call us to go with them. Sometimes they refer families to call us instead of them because we are more able to be out there so it is tough. I wish I could make people go get help sooner than I can, but I can't. And I feel for the families why they go through this frustration. We do a lot of referrals for dementia. Not really our warehouse. We refer them to Department of Aging or other services. So yes, we work with the elderly, but with the dementia, it's more medical, and we try to get them the services through the Department of Aging and other providers. So what a good case for the Hero Help Team, the addiction side, is they get back sober and they get in their community. They do well. What a good case for what the behavioral health, mental health side, they get to a good baseline. Some of the people that we come in contact will never work, will never live on their own, that kind of thing. But if they're not hurting themselves, they're not getting arrested. Our whole goal is to avoid the ER, going to the hospital unnecessarily. So if you're a person and you called 911 because you were suicidal, before these guys and before direct care, we would take you right to the ER. So you called us, you told us what happened and what you were thinking about. You got put in the back of our police car and handcuffed and driven to the ER, and then you got to sit in the police room where you're cuffed to a bench and you sat there for 2 to 8 hours until the ER can get you medically cleared, and then to the psych unit there where you tell your story again, and then you would get transferred to a mental health hospital. And with these guys here, we can skip the whole ER unless they ingested something or unless they had a medical reason to go to the ER. So these guys are going to, they call RI, they call Meadowwood, Sun, all the mental health providers, and get direct admit for the clients that we come in contact with. So we're saving state money because we're not using the ER for mental health services. And then also part of that is in avoiding arresting people. Can we connect them to care instead of arresting them for some of the minor behaviors that are directly related to their mental health? They're still 100% accountable for their actions. Stop taking your medication and you're acting out, and we get you on your medication. You do something that's arrestable. So we're trying to avoid arrest, trying to avoid the ER, and we're trying to connect you to care, the ACT teams that connects you with the Horizon House that can give you that wraparound services to keep you well in the community. one of our biggest cases was a gentleman up north who had dementia due to alcoholism. He had a nurse that lived in his house, and from November to January, he called 911 237 times to report his wallet missing, and his wallet was in his pocket. But he had issues from alcoholism and schizophrenia that was related. So these guys got involved, found a family member, found that he had short-term disability and long-term disability and some other things, and he was transported from his house to assistant living where he lives one hallway away from his mom, and they play bridge every Wednesday. So yeah, he's not back in the community, but he's safe and he's well. He's better. He hasn't had a drink in 2 years from what the family has reported to us, and he gets to see his mom every day. So our successes look a little different on the behavioral health side than on the addiction side or the criminal side. We kind of just meet people where they're at and see if we can get them to a good baseline. And our social workers do an amazing job advocating, researching, calling. One case could take us 6 months to get to a good spot. We have a lady who isn't doing well, and she's older, and she doesn't have care. We've been working for 8 months and working with the department agent to find care that she qualifies for. We're not there to a good spot yet, but we are in contact with her and her caseworker, and we have signed her up for every assistant living, and she's on every waiting list. So we are just waiting for somebody to say yes and take her in. And the social workers that I have here are so dedicated that she doesn't have anybody that moved her, that they have all volunteered to move her on their time off, just so that she can get to a safe environment. So with the merger of both teams, the University of Delaware has studied our behavioral health unit and found that we have saved the state of Delaware $2.8 million by having people being connected to the right care, by not using the jails as mental health services, by not using the ERs when we don't need to. So with 3 teams, we have saved the state of Delaware a significant amount of money. But that's good for the dollar and cents guys. The real stuff is when the families call us and tell us, like, they feel better, that they know that their loved one's safe, that their loved one calls us and doesn't call 911. They are feeling that the voices are getting too much, that their loved ones have a safe place to call, and they're not afraid of the police anymore. We do teach. Our social workers teach in the police academy. They teach mental health. They teach de-escalation. They teach crisis de-escalation. They teach autism awareness in the academy. We also do an autism Delaware Day, where we're going out to their school and talking with them and showing them kind of like a show and tell, so they get used to working with police. We do an Easter Seals Day, where we have all the units from our police department go over to Easter Seals building, and that community gets to walk around, talk, and meet all the officers. We have the canine out there and the horses out there. We also work with a few other police departments where we do a people on the autism spectrum that are getting their license or have their license can practice being pulled over in a safe environment, so that they know how to interact with police officers when they're stopped for traffic violations. So we've done that twice, and we're set up to do it again this March. We also teach at CIT, which is a crisis intervention training that the state of Delaware puts on for officers. It's a 40-hour class. We teach 4 blocks of that to help support that training program. So we're just trying to get the word out of de-escalation, different tools that we can use as a police department. We also are a mentoring site, so we have Ohio, Nebraska, PA, police departments come in and shadow us. And every single one of them we have followed up with. They started a similar program and they're doing well. We work closely with Wilmington's Partners in Care. They're also Christianic employees, helping them start their co-responder team, and New York starting one. So we're trying to help other police departments start the co-responder team. So not only a better way of policing people in mental health crisis, but I also believe that it's saving lives. Any questions? Sorry, I know I threw a lot at you, what we do.
Yes, I have a question. Good evening. This is PM Grimes. An honor to finally connect the voice to the face. I used to work for the Division of Substance Abuse and Mental Health years ago, and you've actually called the director's office. So it's just an honor to finally see the face to match the voice. And I just commend you for all the work that you're doing, you have been doing in the community, and just keep up the great work. If I could just ask a question related to de-escalation training. You alluded to that is involving what? Is it a standard that the officers take this training, and as well, how often does that occur?
So we have a standard training that's 40 hours in the police academy. Some of that is partnered with our use of force. And then we have 1 8-hour class of mental health. So like, we're not asking officers to be able to diagnose, but we want them to know what schizophrenia looks like, what autism looks like. So they have like a working knowledge. So that's an 8-hour day. And then every 2 years, we have an in-service training or a roll call training, kind of refresher of any new mental health de-escalation that's going on. So we do have a
Thank you so
continuum of care.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much.
Sure.
I also have a question. First off, thank you both for what you do. And I know that a lot of the feedback I have heard from the community, it sounds like a call for the kind of work that you all are doing. And so I was wondering, it sounds like, and correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like you have 3 teams that are doing pretty significant work, but there's still this desire for more of the kind of work you're doing. And so I'm wondering, do you think that what you do should be the standard model we should be working towards, or keeping it as a specialty unit, but maybe increasing where you have, is 3 enough? I don't know.
So we do train officers for CIT, for different, to be able to de-escalate and have a good working knowledge of working with people with mental illnesses. I would love to see funding enough for at least 5 teams, but we're not there yet. Funding is an issue for our unit. We started out completely grant funded. Christianic Care is who our civilians work for, and Christianic Care is funding, I believe, 3 of our social workers, in-house social workers. So we're continuing to work with the county to increase the co-responder unit. I would love to see it as a standard across Delaware, the state of Delaware. So no matter what, where you're at, whose jurisdiction you're in, whether it's state, New York, you could have a co-responder team show up if you're asking for that. But we're not there yet. We're working there.
And I love Tanya's question about, like, could this be the standard? When I hear you guys speak, it's like and yes, you know, people have diagnoses, but a lot of people don't. And so if we could just, if this could be the mindset, if this could be the approach, you know, to all situations, going, you know, going into every single, you know, potential conflict or it's just, it's wonderful to hear, the response that you're getting. And I also want to thank you, and please let us know how we can support, and you know, if there's any way that we can advocate for the work that you're doing, because it is making such a difference. And I would love to see this as a model of reform, you know, just across the board. So thank you.
And I will say we also implemented trauma informed care in our last training. So not trauma informed interviewing, but trauma informed care. So when we're
Gotcha.
dealing with people.
Gotcha.
And all of our social workers had motivational interviewing to be able to interview people in crisis.
Hi, this is Kevin Evans. One, the fact that you saved the state the amount of money that you saved them should almost in and of itself be justification for expanding the program. And my real question is, how important is 911 in your response model?
So that's how we get the calls.
Right.
So
But my question is, do they have any kind of specialized training to determine that it's a mental health issue versus a common call when they're screening the calls at the 911 level?
So I don't know, I don't want to speak to that because I don't know all the training that Recom gets, but I do know that we are implementing a new program in our 911 system where we will have a master level social worker in our 911 center to answer calls.
That's what I'm asking. Gotcha. Okay.
So we will, they're in training right now, but hopefully January 1 is our go live to have those guys start in our Recom system. So they wouldn't be the initial call takers, but they could, once the initial call taker gets all the information, they can be referred directly over to a social worker.
I can just some feedback. We went to a conference with a lot of oversight committees, and one thing they talked about was the importance of 911 in the mental health response model. And so I would encourage you to encourage your supervisors to, again, be proactive and looking at ways to ensure, again, that you guys get the right resources to the right place at the right time.
I know that some of our Recom personnel have gone through the CIT, the 40-hour CIT class, and that there is a Recom class. I just don't want to speak to how many went through because that's not my wheelhouse. The behavioral health unit down here is.
This is Norwood Coleman. I have a real quick question. First of all, you know, once again, thank you, like everyone else, for what you do. My question was, I know you do training for a variety of police officers, and I'm wondering, do you do any sort of training or exposure, not simply for mental health providers, but like really private practice mental health providers? There's often a sentiment that mental health providers, particularly in private practice, may not feel comfortable calling 911 for certain cases. Making sure that they're fully aware of your services, particularly those who work in private practice. I've run into many people in private practice, and they don't seem to be cognizant of the work that you all do and how valuable it is in serving their clients in many cases.
So I think private practice is harder for us to reach because there's so many people doing so many of their own private practice. So we don't know how to reach all of them, but we have gone to DSAM's conference a few years ago, and we were one of the breakout rooms. We have done Christiana Care. We have trained all the ER docs. We went and spoke to them. We have done training with Connexio, Horizon House, Mosaic, all the group homes that I can think of, and worked on when they should be calling 911, when they should be using their crisis plans, when it's appropriate to get police involved. So the individual private practice is a little bit tougher for us to reach. We try to reach them when AIM invites us out to their conferences, but we haven't been to one. We haven't done a breakout room at one of their conferences.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I appreciate you sharing that. I'm on the, I worked with you all through NAMI. I'm on the board for NAMI Delaware, and also done the CIT trainer. And so maybe we could have a conversation offline about how we could do that.
Yeah, we have had other groups call us, and we've zoomed into their staff meeting and done like a 5-10 minute presentation of how to use the behavioral health and how to ask for a CIT officer training. So it's kind of more of like these connections, like, hey, I have this group, and we just show up and try to work together.
Thank you.
Yo, let me just say, y'all came a long way, very long way. I've been in the trenches with y'all, and I watched you, officer, like, you came a long way, and you like doing an excellent job. Delilah, you already know what it is. You know what I'm saying? And y'all make a good team too, man. So I just want to commend y'all, man. Y'all keep doing the work y'all doing. I got my eye on y'all.
Thank you, Doug. Appreciate it. Any other questions that we could answer about either team? All right. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your time tonight. And, we're on the website. If you have any personal referrals or professional referrals you want to connect us to, please share our information.
Thank you, Colleen.
Thank you so much.
Great job as always. I can tell you one of the most powerful things I've ever seen is a couple years back, we had a gentleman that was one of our early participants in our Hero Help program, which is the addiction thing.
Yeah.
And he came back and addressed my roll call, and the officer that in essence saved his life. And I tell you what, you want to see a room full of allegedly tough guys and girls kind of get that quiver of the lip. It was pretty impressive. So we're very, very proud of that unit. And I know we're kind of all over the place with, investigating, misdeeds, then wrap our arms around it, but we really do try to do everything. So if you guys need a break, if you want to keep moving, I can't tell if Sakina's on here. No, she is. So hers community services up next. They're going to kind of touch about all the outreach programs we do and the different things that we have. And then it's probably, depending on how deep we go, it could be a half hour, 45 minutes. So we're on pretty good pace for tonight to not keep you, well, most of you are home, but Norwood and I have to get home. So Sakina, are you ready to go?
All right, give me 5 minutes to get my
All
screen.
right, that's fine. We'll take 5 minutes and then we'll come right back, all right?
All right.
Great, thank you. LT, just let us know when you're ready. Hello? All right, sorry about that. We were just working through a quick technical difficulty, but Sakina is, Lieutenant Sakina Slayton is going to take it from here. She oversees the community engagement section, and she has Master Corporal Hester there with her as well, one of our community service members. And they're going to run you through the community services unit. So she oversees both behavioral health, which you just saw, and community services, which she's going to present. Okay, take it away, Sakina.
Hello, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Good? Okay, good. This is Corporal Hester. We both
Hello.
work here in the community services unit. So just a little bit about myself. I've been here for 24.9 years at this agency. I am the Community Engagement Executive Officer. So I'm the commander of the Community Services Unit as well as the Behavioral Health Unit, which would include the PAL and the facility dog, which is a part of the Community Services Unit. So I've been in many different positions within the agency, operations and admin. I have varied experience. I've been in PSU, which you just learned about tonight. I've been a PIO, been in a patrol squad commander, amongst other things. So like I said, I have varied experience. As you'll see, I thoroughly enjoy community engagement. It's a passion of mine. I actually went to school for psychology and have a master's in human resources management, but I thoroughly enjoy working in this unit. We definitely try to bridge the gap between the police and the community, just form better relationships and things like that through the work that we do. So I can better show you than I can tell you. Have you heard that before? I'm sure you have. So we're gonna get started. I'm gonna let Corporal Hester just introduce herself real quick and then we'll go from there.
Hello, everybody. I'm Corporal Hester. I am in the Community Services Unit. I've been in here for some time, and this is, I think, one of the best units of the agency to work for. We get to see a different side of the community on a regular basis, and as you're going to see, we're very involved in community engagement with all of the various programs that we offer. So please ask questions as we go, and we hope you enjoy the program.
Okay. So I know you want to know what exactly community engagement is, as well as why it's important and how do we at the Newcastle County Police implement community engagement. First of all, we're a community-oriented police department. We've been that way since inception. We have a common goal here that we're trying to achieve. That's to be in a secure and safe environment. We're trying to create the environment that's safe and harmonious for society. So we're going to work together to try to attain that goal. So in order to do that, we work to find ways to foster mutual trust and respect between the police and the community. We try to make sure we foster good relationships, build that trust and legitimacy. And a lot of that stuff we do through the programs that we implement here at the agency. So just a little bit of statistical data. We were engaged in 96 civic association meetings last year. The data for this year is not available yet because obviously the year is not complete. We engaged in 66 community events, 29 core programs, facility dog events, 140, road rules and rights, 19, request fluid assignments, 122, disorderly premise 2, play zones, 7, and safety town, 7. So I'm going to explain to you what all of these programs are. All right. So here's some of the programs. Our core programs include the ones here on the top. The Citizens Police Academy, Project Lifesaver, Rave Reverse 911, See and Roll Call, Youth Police Academy, the Police and Paramedic Academy, Rules, just to name a few. So the core programs are programs that we do consistently each year throughout the season. Some of the safety programs we have here, I'm sure you've heard of them. They're self-explanatory. You can read it right here. Active shooter, safety, bicycle safety programs, burglary prevention. We also do home and business security surveys. We do personal safety programs, a lot giveaways, senior citizen safety, stranger danger, you name it. Anything we can do to help foster, a safe environment for the citizens. We try to implement a program that would help them do that. Child safety and awareness. Here are some of the programs. All right. And all of these programs, we try to at least incorporate our facility dog, Nico. Nico has been a great asset to the unit and the community. Nico not only helps, with our programs, but we'll take him on critical incidents if, somebody needs help to calm down or to just try to get them to talk. Nico is a great resource for that. So off there.
Quick question, if you don't mind.
Sure.
It might be on here. I apologize. I have bad eyes these days. But do you guys do any training on like individuals' rights? And I'm asking in part because we had a Know Your Rights training a while back, and I was just wondering if you all conduct those kinds of things yourselves. And
Oh
if
yeah,
so,
absolutely.
like what kind of locations?
Okay, so we'll get into that, but we do offer, yes, that sort of training. Some of the programs you would see that sort of training in is the Citizens Police Academy, the Youth Academy, as well as the program we do with, a program we do with the Attorney General's office, Road Rules and Rights in the schools for, the youth. So those are some of the places that you would see those sorts of presentations. Or if someone simply requests it, we also do that as well. All right. So as I was saying before, we try to be active within the community and foster that, respect, mutual respect, legitimacy. We try to get the community committed to, being involved in what we do, because obviously that would foster that relationship that we're looking for. We mainly do that by being active and just kind of working to understand and remedy some of the issues that face the community, like quality of life issues. Our unit definitely gets to the root of the problem. Like if there are repeat calls for service, they will call our unit to go out and handle it. Neighborhood disputes, things such as that matters. Getting to the root of the problem and like through mediation or any sort of conflict resolution. All right. Additionally, we maintain contact with a lot of community leaders and council. We attend community meetings, we monitor crime trends, provide, reports for the community events and crime trends, stats, create initiatives, programs, coordinate all types of community events. Right? When it comes to the PAL, we have Garfield Park PAL and the Hockessin PAL. We have an officer in each one of those PALs. So their job is to basically create kind of programs that'll engage our youth and kind of provide them with some guidance and encourage their personal development. So if you look at the screen right here, you'll see the types of programs that the officers provide at our PAL centers. All right. Another program that we provide for our seniors is Senior Roll Call. Now, Senior Roll Call is for anyone to use to be able to kind of provide a safety net. So residents will get calls in the morning. They'll say hello. If they don't answer the call 3 times, we'll send an officer out to check on their welfare. So it's been highly successful. Our officers have had several saves of our elderly community based on, them not answering the phone. So it's been a tremendous asset to the community to be able to depend on the department to be able to help out. All right, so here's some of the statistics for Senior Roll Call. We have 181 members. These are just the amount of calls we deal with in a year. So in 2023, we had 51,854 calls and 20 alerts. I believe in 2023, we had 4 saves. Officers went out because the resident was not answering and was able to either locate the resident in distress or had to make forced entry in order to determine if the resident was okay. We started an initiative to have, I guess they're called realtor locks, placed on the doors of these residences so that if there is some sort of medical emergency or they do require some assistance, the police are able to get in without actually damaging the door or, requiring forced entry. So the lock number is located in our dispatch and it's associated with the house. So if an officer goes there, they're not getting an answer, they're looking at the windows, all the doors are locked. They get the code, get the key, go in and check on the resident. So I would encourage everybody to, talk about the program, spread the word, because it's been a tremendous success and it's been very helpful for our senior. And it's free. Yeah.
It's a free program.
The next program we have is Project Lifesaver, and I'll let Corporal Hester talk about that.
So Project Lifesaver, we've had the program, I would say, for over 15 years. This is a program that we partner with Project Lifesaver International with. So they are nationwide. So this is for caregivers that have a loved one or a family member that is prone to wander due to their cognitive condition. So we have clients that may have Alzheimer's, dementia, autism, Down syndrome, or any type of traumatic brain injury. But the main thing is that they're prone to wander, and then when they wander, they get confused and they can't find their way back. So there is a fee for the program. It's around $300. We are the only agency in Delaware that currently has this program, but we do have clients on the program that are living in other jurisdictions within Newcastle County. So the way that it works is the client would wear a pre-programmed transmitter. It basically looks like a watch. It has a battery that lasts for 60 days. So the caregiver really just needs to check the battery each day to make sure that it's working. The client doesn't need to remove it at all. We will come follow up every 2 months to change the battery and inspect the equipment. In the event that the person were to wander away from the residence, the caregiver will call 911. We would already know in our dispatch that they are a client with this program, and all of our officers are trained in the police academy, as well as we do refresher training with officers. They're certified in how to use the equipment to locate the individuals that wander. So it really is an excellent program, and it gives peace of mind to a caregiver that, you know, may be dealing with a lot of things, and this just helps put them at ease a little bit. And like I said, it can be anywhere. You know, we've had clients, you know, that are in their 90s all the way to young children. I think our youngest a couple of years ago was 5 years old. They stayed on the program till they were about 10 years old, and then the family felt comfortable to remove them from the program. So that is an excellent program that we have. And if you have a family that, or if we get a family that has a financial hardship, we also have equipment available to loan to them, so that they are able to still participate in the program and the cost doesn't hinder, because we understand that, you know, financial hardships can happen.
Any questions so far? Okay. So here's some of our core events that we talked about. All right. So Nico, I'll let Preston talk about Nico.
So Nico, for those of you who may not have met Nico or be familiar with our facility dog program, myself and Corporal Gelati are the handlers for the dog. And this is a new initiative that we started. We actually started the process back in 2017, and it came to fruition in 2018 when we were matched with Nico. So we partner with Canine Companions for Independence. Their Northeast region is located up in Long Island, and that organization is nationwide, and they breed, raise, and train service dogs. All the dogs have a skill set where they're able to assist individuals with various disabilities that may need help or assistance with their activities of daily living. For our purposes, we were looking for a facility dog. So he is assigned to our community services unit. And what his main objective is to, you know, provide assistance within the community. He really helps strengthen that bond. You'll be amazed at how much what a dog can do as far as just starting up a conversation with someone who may not really want to talk to the police, but then they see Nico and all of a sudden we have this great relationship forming. But we go to schools, businesses, hospitals, churches. He's at all of our events. He's especially requested all of the time. Some of the more, I guess, very important things that he does is we assist with some child advocacy center interviews, and we also assist the Attorney General's office with some of our police investigations. We may have victims of traumatic incidents, and they need help to tell their story, and Nico can help calm them down, put them at ease, and they're able to talk. And I've seen this happen many times where an individual, something terrible has happened to them and they're not able to tell their story. Maybe they're preparing to go to court, but Nico is able to go in and they have a couple visits with him, and then they're finally able to talk and feel comfortable enough to tell their story. But the dog typically stays with us 8 to 10 years, and then they retire. Fortunately, we were just approved to get a successor dog. So we've had Nico, like I said, since 2018. He just turned 9, and he probably has about another year and a half, 2 years before he will retire. So we're excited to have another dog that will come in that has big steps or paws to fill, but we're excited for that. And if Jenna is on here, we'll see you on Thursday at the Knollwood Peace Walk. I know when we attend that event, all the kids really look forward to seeing Nico at that event.
Absolutely. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Yep.
All right. As I referenced before, our community academies, very, very important. So we try to educate the public on like different aspects of policing through our, Citizens Police Academy, Youth Academy, Police and Paramedic Academy, any sort of venue that we can. So these programs specifically highlight the roles and responsibilities of, what we do as police officers, and it kind of fosters a clear understanding and stronger relationships. So this is why we do them. This, as you can see, our Citizens Police Academy, we hold one every year. Last year we had, 20 people participate. And our expectation is that they take what they learn in our Citizens Police Academy and take it out into the community to explain, okay, now I understand why this officer did that, or why the officer walked up to the car and they had their light shining in my eye, things of that sort. They'll be able to take that back to the community and be able to explain so that anyone who is wanting to know, they can better understand why we do what we do. Right. So they go through pretty much a version of what we do in our academy training. In this slide here, we did practicals. They actually were able to stop cars, and we gave them various scenarios, and they had to determine what they were going to do in the situation.
It is a very controlled environment, and we have them do daytime and nighttime stops so they can really see the difference between a daytime and a nighttime stop. And I would say that, after coordinating many of these academies over the years, this is the night that they look most forward to. They really enjoy this night, and it kind of brings everything together that they learn. It's a 9 to 10 week program, so that last class is this scenario for 3 hours, and it really brings it all together for them. And a lot of them it really opens their eyes to what officers can see out there day to day.
So this gives them the opportunity to walk in our shoes a little bit and see, what we deal with and the decisions that we have to make, and, gives them a better understanding. They also work through virtual reality scenarios. They do scenarios related to mental health, domestics, things along those lines. And they're judged on the action they take. Basically, they're going to learn the law first and then determine what they're going to do within the scope of the law. Nico's always involved in everything. All right, next is our Youth and Police and Paramedic Academy. Our Youth Academy is actually taking place tonight. Tonight is the first night. We typically have between 10 and 20 youth, between 10 and 13, and the program lasts for several months. It is amazing to see when they go in and then when they come out. We found that they love the program so much that we've had the children come through several times. Each time they get a different experience or a more elevated experience. It not only teaches them responsibility, and it's not only about law enforcement, it's just about being a responsible citizen and just, you know, what you need to do to be a productive member of society. Right? The Police and Paramedic Academy is an academy that we do in the summer along with our EMS division, and it's along the same lines, but it's just in the summer. All right. And the Paramedic Academy, they actually get CPR certified. Um, they get basic training on how to handle emergency situations. And it's also a good way to help them be able to, foster a good relationship with first responders. Road rules and play zones. Road rules is the program that we do with the Attorney General's office. And that's where we go into the schools and talk about the rules and, regulations that are required to drive safely, what to do when you stop by a police officer, your rights when you're stopped by a police officer. And the attorney, it's a collaboration the U.S. attorney. It's a collaboration with the U.S. attorney. And we've been in multiple schools within Newcastle County. It's a highly requested program. And at this point, our agency does the majority of the presentations, even though, we're not in the schools, but it's highly sought after program, and it really, really prepares our younger children to be able to drive and know what to do if they're stopped by police, or if, they drive while on the phone, distracted driving, things like that. So it's definitely beneficial. All right, our Faith in Blue and National Night Out. I'll let Corporal Hustle talk about that because you coordinated the
Which one?
Faith in Blue.
Yeah, so the Faith in Blue was started about 3 years ago. And it's just as a national event that brings, again, it's looking at fostering those relationships between police and the community. So police agencies, it's usually for 4 days, the first week of October each year. Police agencies across the country plan different events. Can be any type of community event, but you're looking at fostering those relationships and engaging the community, and just coming together. So the last 2 years, I want to say, we have held an event at the Newcastle County Hope Center. And this is an opportunity for us to, we get breakfast for all of the residents there. We provide different resources for them. Our behavioral health unit, our victims services unit, we provide veterans resources for them. And then we also have a nonprofit organization come in that we do work with to offer them different items that they may need at no cost. And we also have the Department of Labor come in. So we're trying to, again, just offer them different resources to help them hopefully get back on their feet, because that's ultimately a lot of their goals. But it's a great relationship, and it's a great event that we're able to foster.
Mhm. Okay, and Faith in Blue is along the same lines. It's National Night Out. Yeah. So all agencies have a national night out, and it's just basically you come and you meet the officers and you get to explore what we do. We have all of our cars and different units and, all of our resources out so people can come and talk to us openly. It's a nice environment. This year was rained out. Last year we had high participation. It was a great night out, and the community really came out and supported us, and we supported them. And it really fostered that relationship that we're trying to gain with trust and transparency. So that was the focus of our National Night Out. All right, so again, for Hester, great idea with the car lot giveaway. Want to talk about that?
Yeah. So last year, we saw a need for Hyundai and Kia vehicles were being targeted due to a security issue with certain vehicle models like 2011 to I want to say like 2021 were lacking an ignition immobilizer. So our officers were constantly taking vehicle theft reports. So those two types of vehicles were being targeted and being stolen. And then when they were being stolen, they were being used in other crimes. And this was actually due to a popular social media trend at the time that was on TikTok. And as you know, social media stuff goes viral. So this was something that police agencies all across the United States were dealing with. And Newcastle County was not immune to any of that. So I learned that a way to combat this was through steering wheel locks, and police agencies could partner with Kia and Hyundai, and they would provide the law enforcement agencies steering wheel locks, and then you do a giveaway. So we did several giveaways last year. We gave out over 500 steering wheel locks, and we still have some in stock that we are able to give to those that need them. Since this happened, both Kia and Hyundai have provided software upgrades. So it's not as big of an issue as it was. But there are still folks out there that maybe they weren't eligible for the upgrade due to the year of their or model of their vehicle. So we will provide them a steering wheel lock. But it was a very successful program, and it was a way for us to help the community and also help our calls for service as well. So it was a work collaboration again.
Yes, so that was an old idea brought back to life. I'm sure a lot of people remember the club.
Yeah.
My mom had one, so
Yeah.
yeah, great idea and highly successful. And community cleanups, that's another way that we engage the community. We obviously, when we go out to these events or coordinate the events or partner with stakeholders with the event, we want them to become involved, through our initiatives and programs and events. So we support what they do, they support what we do, and the result is a good communication. It's being able to prevent, take these preventative proactive measures, and just to be able to have a better quality of life for the public. And we see a lot of increased problem solving. People will come up to us and say, hey, I know you were in here doing the cleanup, but did you see this? And they'll give us a story, and that provides information for us to be able to investigate certain crimes. So people are willing to come up to us and speak openly. And that's the goal here, for us to work together to combat any issues or problems or crime, any of those things. So it's been successful. We do a lot of programs and provide a lot of initiatives to work with schools and children. This one was Tools for School in Kimberton. So I want to say we gave away something like 250 book bags filled with, things that kids need for school. As you can see, they were lined up. It was helpful for those that maybe didn't have the resources to, buy book bags. And it was great. They were able to go to school and be prepared. Our interaction with youth obviously is to form positive relationships. And by doing these types of events, we're able to do that and change the culture for the children. They will more likely be able to come, like I said before, talk to us about things, help us, help them. So it's a win-win situation. All right, this is another back to school event that we had in Banning Park. And this one, we collaborated with another police department, well, several police departments, Wilmington Police, State Police, Ellesmere. We've been doing that a lot lately because it's one state. We're all in this area in Newcastle County. We reach out where we can, and we should all be consistent in what we do for our citizens and for the public. So if something is working, we don't just hold it to ourselves. We provide information to other agencies to be able to be successful in dealing with their communities as well. So it's definitely a group effort. We partner with different shareholders. This one is the HELP Initiative. So what this is like when we do our events, we do a table in event or wherever we are, officers have these little packages in their car. And if they see the need to provide someone with food, they just provide it to them. We track it using that QR code, and it's been highly successful. That the stuff that's in there has a longer shelf life. It's better than that. What we found in the summer was that it wasn't suitable to have in our trunks because it was just way too hot. So we've been giving them out as needed, upon request. We carry them in our cars. So it's been a tremendous resource to be able to provide people with just basic needs. Coats for Cops, we have one coming up on the 14th, right? And again, tremendous event. Last year, we partnered with Journey Church. And as you can see, all of the resources, we had 7 pallets of food, 600 box meals were provided to people. We got donations from, well, not donations, but ShopRite provided to the church. Hundreds of items of food. There was a barber there. There were eye tests. It was just tremendous. That was one of the largest events we had last year. 1,100 attendees. 500, over 500 coats were distributed to the public. And so it was a great event. Again, here's a list of some of the community partners that, we invite them to join us or we join them. It's all a group effort. And the list is long. We have a successful program here, a successful community engagement model. So a lot of people reach out to us for assistance and providing things to the police, to the community. If you think about it, the police are typically the first people that are called for most reasons, like even if somebody doesn't know, they'll call the police to find a solution. We're in homes daily. So it will be the perfect segue to be able to provide these resources, such as like our behavioral health unit, such as the food that we provide to people, such as the book bags and resources, inviting them to some of our events to get the things that they need, or simply giving them the things that they need. So it's been working out great. You already heard from Colleen with the behavioral health unit. We partner a lot under the community engagement model because it's important that people have these resources. Hero Help is tremendous. The mental health unit is tremendous. So anytime we have a community event, they're there as a resource for people who may not readily go to the police department to be able to, ask these questions or get the help that they need. All right, so basically, you've heard it. We collaboratively work with and through groups and stakeholders to address any issues affecting well-being and the quality of life for Newcastle County residents and other citizens. So we do this because it's impactful and it's going to create change. It's going to build new relationships. We're going to have that transparent communication. There are going to be positive interactions. We're going to provide the community education to be able to, prevent crime, to prevent them from being victims, to be able to know what the law is when it comes to driving or anything else. We definitely encourage civic involvement, and we try to keep updated with our policies and procedures, just based on whatever the trends are, best practices, and things of that sort. So that's community engagement in a nutshell. And here is our unit. Here's me, the lieutenant. There's a sergeant over community services. There's a sergeant over behavioral health. And these officers make all of that happen. And that is all I have. Does anyone have any questions?
Hi, this is Pam Grimes. I don't have a question, but more of just a compliment. Thank you so much for the commendable work that you do.
Thank
We
you.
need more officers and more effort in this respect. So I commend you, kudos to you, and keep up the awesome work.
Thank
Godspeed
you.
with- Thank you.
Couldn't do without the team,
Yourself and your fellow teammates.
Yes,
Sorry.
absolutely.
Absolutely. Thank you.
No problem.
Well, thank you, LT. And I'm sure she's heard me say this before, but for those of you who haven't, I've long held, if you've ever had an in-depth conversation about the county police with me, this is, most police departments, when people think of it, is, the police officers in uniform and detectives. And those are the two tenets of policing. And I can tell you, for 18 plus years of being on this agency, there's three tenets to policing in Newcastle County, and that is the community services unit. If you know our history, you realize that this agency was rooted in the community and has fought through it. So we take that very, very seriously. We've had many battles over the years just to justify our existence within communities. So we really do put a serious onus on what we do with our engagement with the community. So, I can tell you, and again, it's nothing we can fix today, but in an ideal world where budgets and staffings are not an issue, this unit would be a whole lot larger, right? We would have multiple community officers or multiple zones. Right now you figure the board shows on the left-hand side of your screen, Sarge has 7 individuals. Now, 2 of those work in the PAL. So really there's only 5 officers that are covering all of Newcastle County, 525 square miles, and hundreds of communities. That's a daunting task for those 5 individuals. And they go out of their ways to make sure that they are present at the meetings when requested, and making these programs available. One of the things Norwood and I were just talking about in here when we were off the microphone is, a lot of these programs that we've talked about, he asked about the bike or the car lock thing, right? So that's not something we're doing on a routine basis right now because that problem has quelled for the most part. However, if a community or an individual or an organization says, hey, we need you to come do this, these folks, the lieutenant and her team, drop what they're doing to make sure that those things are facilitated. So very proud of what they do day in and day out. And I think, you get different mindsets within policing, but for me, this is just as important as the individual running the 911 calls. Because it really is, they lay the inroads and they have the ability to really connect with the community at a different level than somebody has when they have to run from complaint to complaint to complaint. So thanks again to the two of you for being with us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If there's no other questions, I think that kind of wraps us up for tonight. Just a couple housekeeping quick things. At some point, we got to figure out the rest of the use of force. And then are we, some of us, all of us coming back together on Sunday for a basketball game? Is that correct? Does anybody know where the status of that is?
Sorry, I was on mute. Can you hear me?
We can.
Yeah, so the basketball game is still happening as of now. We'll be sending out more details tomorrow.
It's Kay Kester.
Very good. All right. Well, if that's it, Kim, unless you have anything, or Kevin, or Caitlin.
Since you brought up the use of force training, I did send out a doodle poll to everyone to reschedule that training. So if you haven't done so already, please respond to the doodle poll and please try to be as flexible as possible so that we can get this done, because you all do have to complete 20 hours of training before the end of February. And so please try to be as flexible as possible when responding to the doodle poll. Thank you.
And I just want to take this moment to say thank you so much for putting together this training. It was really well done. I know it's not easy to do things on virtual, so I'm just so grateful for the flexibility, and thanks to the board members that were here asking good questions, being engaged. So just lots of gratitude. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Everybody have a good night.
All right, good night, everyone.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it.
Good night.